Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. Another day of Stocked SDtv, and we got the man, Aaron Ellis, here to break things down for us this morning. Aaron, I'll let you dive right into it.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Laura. Hope everybody had a good night. Ready to go. We got State of the Union tonight. That'll get us moving. Be interesting to see where we open up tomorrow. Miss Tomika, always a pleasure. Luke, good morning. Darren, good morning. All right. All right, everybody, here we go. Edward, Idris, good morning. Thank goodness, Edward, you made it. Good deal. All right. I got issues going on here. Hang on. There we go. All right. Okay. Remember, guys, Tuesday, 10 a.m. is when our high participation kicks in. So we'll see where that's going to take us. Morning, Mr. Wilf. Good morning. Good morning. All right. Well, let's get started, guys. We got a lot to cover here. So starting off on news, excuse me, really not a whole lot on the tape today. We've got 10 a.m. consumer confidence, Richmond manufacturing. All right. So we've got U.S. news at 10. Now, we do have State of the Union tonight. Okay. So, that's any of you guys that like to trade Globex or Asia or all that. The European session, it'll be interesting to see how this, how things are going to open up. So, overnight could be wild. Overnight could absolutely be wild. So nothing crazy, 10 a.m. today. So just be aware of that. And that's pretty much it for our morning. Tiffany's back. Good morning. Good morning. Good to see you back. Peter, what's up? All right. Okay. So let's get to it here. I'll do this. Not that. All right. There we go. Okay, so really important here going into the day. Super important, big important, okay? On the VIX, VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index, okay? This is the leading indicator for our US indices. When you zoom out and you look, this runs inverse, right? VIX down, indices up, VIX up, indices down. Okay, we're still in theory, or I guess not in theory, but in where we're sitting here, we're still in this great big range. All right, we've still got these shorts from highs. Now, as always, if you're looking on TradingView, this might be a little bit different. Just draw from the levels that I'm telling you to draw from. Okay, so from 2245 to 1950, all right, we're still in this short. All right, that has not broken. All right, and we still have these long from lows from 1805 up to these 2180s. So we're still in this range. Okay, absolutely we are. Now, here's where it gets a little prickly. Okay, for the indices. After we've come off the bottom of this range, see how the middle, it was just in a range, right? We're just, the middle of the range here was getting run over. Yesterday, we held the middle of the range to the upside. Okay, so from these lows on Monday, this was the gap fill. And then this held. Okay, the middle of the range held yesterday to the upside. So eventually this range is going to break and we're going to go into a trend. Now, we don't want to speculate on when that's going to happen, but if you look, this has a target, okay, of 21, call it 2155. All right, right here. Inside of that, yesterday, all right, and overnight, here's this smaller worker bee move inside of this larger move, and that's holding as well. Okay, so this is a little mini trend, you could call it, that would need to break for our indices to have any chance of a rally. All right. So as we're going into the morning, what we're watching here is if we break out of this short setup, this larger short that I drew up here, okay, and those are the 1940s, I believe, 21 or 2140s, 2133 to 35 at a tick 40. If we would break the 40s and trade these 45s, you're not going to want to try to pick a bottom on the indices. Okay, that could be a Vixplosion. We're in Vixplosion type areas. We should not be holding longs like this. All right. So very dangerous. All right, very dangerous for the indices right now. Okay, in these long setups. Now, if we start breaking down, then obviously, yes, we can fall back down to the bottom of the range. But we don't want to speculate, right, that that's going to happen. All we know now, right now at this moment, is we're holding these long setups. Okay, we can't get through these highs as of now, but if we do, I just want you guys to understand, if we do, don't be looking for support levels on the indices, all right, because you're not going to find them until the VIX gets to resistance, wherever that might be, all right? So that's where we're sitting going into the morning, just like that, all right? So the VIX holding these longs, okay, is not good. Excuse me, not good for the indices. So we'll just have to see going into the morning, you know, how our, especially our 10 a.m. time frame, where that's going to take us. So the indices are absolutely not out of the woods here. All right. We'll get into the gap fill in a minute, but that right there, that draw, that's exactly where we're sitting going into the morning. Okay. All right. RC, good morning. Jeremy, good morning. Brad, what's that? What's that question? Good morning, Brad. What are you asking about? Are you asking what this is here? This is VX, the VIX futures. Okay. This is the leading indicator for our US indices. This runs inverse. So VIX down, indices up, VIX up, indices down. All right. Oh, Proudest Monkey, yes. Hey, good morning. Oh, now I remember you. Yeah. Now I remember you. Yeah, we got a lot to cover, Dario. That's why I'm getting into it here. I sure do remember you. How you doing? Oh, new format. Yes. Yeah. SDtv. Very cool. Thanks. Okay. Any questions, guys? Any questions on where we are? All right. Anybody? Everybody understand the significance of this? If these longs continue to hold, you know where you are, Ed? That's good. That's good. Just write a note to yourself on the back of your hand or something. Remind yourself where you are. All right. Okay. So there we go. We'll see going into the morning here. Should be wild. Okay, moving on to our financials. Now, our financials are not in good shape. All right, here's bank. All right, remember, this is just an index. This isn't traded. Yes, very good, Ed. But yesterday, we broke all of our long setups. Okay. The next support that we know about, all right, is way down here. All right, and that's from our October 16th of last year, lows to highs. That's down here. That's our next known support. So when we zoom in, here's what we're looking at. We had these shorts from highs. Remember, this was our high of the year up here. All right, we had these shorts from highs, and they blew through this target. There's their target right there. They've blown through their target. So is there this extension short right here? There absolutely could be. Now we can use this, all right, for a couple ways here. So if we do end up holding that, right, then we're just going to continue straight down in these extensions on our financials. Now remember, when this is falling, right, that's a negative environment for the indices. Okay, it's like a boat anchor. Right, it makes it really hard for them to go up, easier to go down. Okay, if we break these, all right, what that's going to tell us is we can fall or squeeze into our next measured move coming off of our highs. Okay, this high was put in last Wednesday. All right, that'd be the next measured move in our series up here if these extensions would break. So we can use these, you know, for a couple different ways. So we'll see where we open up, what direction we get moving. Remember, that's all we really care about is what direction bank is moving intraday, right? So we've got room, right? We've got room to squeeze up into this extension short. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to, but if we do start that direction, you know, we do have some room, and that would be a tailwind behind the indices. All right. So we'll see where we open up, which direction we get moving here. Okay. So you can see if we do break these, there's a big squeeze on the financials coming, right, all the way back into these 48.55s. All right. That's a lot of financial strength right there. All right. So we'll see going into the morning here. All right. So on to the ES. Now we're in these. Yes. Price will tell us everything we need to know. Exactly. Exactly, Jeremy. Okay, so going on to our ES here. Now this is just a crazy consolidation. It's, you know, all of this is because of all of this right here, right? All this big range we've been in, okay, on the VIX. So here's where we're sitting. This short setup from these 69.3150s to lows, okay, that pullback is that VIX long. All right. Now, when we get into the gap fill here, I really hope we don't just hang out right here. The gap fill today is 68.54.25. Okay, right there. Now, this morning, 20 points was up here, 64.74.25. So here was 20 points up here. This 20 points contained price, right? And that led us into the fill. We overshot the fill. All right, so we'll have to watch here. Hopefully, like I said, it doesn't just hang out here for the rest of the morning. But we could absolutely squeeze back to those 20 points. So let's put those up. 74.25. All right. 74.25. Oh, close. Almost got it. Okay. So there's 20 points above, there's 20 points below. All right. So we'll see. Hopefully we, like I said, we get a squeeze into these 20 above or 20 below. Now, if we get a squeeze into these 20 above, okay, and we're falling in the direction of the gap fill, you really got to pay attention here to where the VIX is going to be at that point, right? Because if the VIX is breaking, then those gap fills could get bought up and we could bounce. If we're coming at the gap fill from below this morning, okay, say we roll over before the open and we're coming at the gap fill from below, right? Then that's going to mean more than likely that the VIX is holding support. And if we get to that gap fill and the VIX is still at support, it could get just slammed. Okay, it could absolutely get slammed. So very interesting morning. Like I said, hopefully we'll stretch this rubber band far enough away, either direction here, to get a decent entry. Right, but again, it's all about the VIX. Now, let's take a look at this from another scenario. So if we do, fill the gap, and we see the VIX starting to break these longs, right? At least breaking this first one here. Then, and the reason I'm not talking about the level is because 79 round down to 75, subtract the tick 70, we'd have to trade the 65s. The 65s would put us right back into this larger long setup. That's what I'm not too concerned about, that number, right? That level where it breaks, because we would fall right back into this support. Remember, this support is still 100% valid, right? Because we haven't hit that target way up there. So if we do see the VIX starting to fall, right, then the indices will absolutely squeeze. Absolutely. We could get a rip. All right. We hold this and lift off, then the indices are going to sell off. All right. So let's see if we can get this thing to stretch, right, far enough away. Now, for some reason, there's always the scenario that we're going to open outside of these 20. And if we do, right, we're going to have to look and see where the VIX is. But outside of these 20, we've only got a 50-50 shot of this filling. So we'll see. Hopefully, like I said, it doesn't just hang out right here. So we'll see going into as we get closer to the open here. Okay. That should be interesting. Just give us a stretch either way. Right? Give us a stretch either way. All right. Entries were up here in Europe, right? There 20 points contained us up here. All right. What's the VIX doing? Yeah, still holding that support, right? Still holding that support. That's spooky, guys. That's spooky. If this thing takes off, you won't miss it. It will go, right? It will go. And then again, don't try to pick a bottom on the indices because you're not going to find one. All right, until the VIX gets to resistance. Okay, so we are absolutely holding that long. All right. So there's the ES. Not a whole lot to do at this moment right here. We need a little bit of help. All right, now moving on to the NASDAQ, you're going to see the same thing. Here's the NASDAQ short. It's from the 20th, okay, to our lows right there. We tapped that almost to the tick. Yep, almost to the tick right there. That same thing, we'll let the ES gap fill and the VIX be our guide. All right, going into the morning. So if the ES can stretch far enough away to give us a gap fill, then obviously you're going to see that on the NASDAQ as well. Okay. But anytime we're in something like this, guys, the number one thing you want to do to simplify everything, right? You should do this anyway, but is just watch this, right? If this support holds, right, and we start to lift off, indices aren't going to go up. Simple, right? We see us start to falter and start to fall, indices can rip. Remember, the indices are going to move further, farther, faster in the opposite direction than the VIX does. The VIX might only move a few ticks, right? But the indices can move 20, 30, 40 points. Okay. All right. Thanks, RC. Yes. There is one, yeah, for TradingView. And apparently this one, we can actually, like, we can put faith in this one. That it does all the calculations right and everything. There's a few people using it. Thank you, RC. You asked, did VIX held long from overnight lows? Oh, in Q? Yes, it did. It did, but we don't have this on the VIX, right? So that's why I'm not drawing it up. But absolutely it did. Yep, nice eye. Nice eye, dude. Yeah, we absolutely did. All right. Okay. Okay, moving on to the YM and the Russells. Now the YM hit a target. Okay, so we're gonna have to watch here. Here's this short on the YM. Remember, the YM broke lows of the year to highs of the year. But from the 10th to the 13th, there's our pullback, right? We've hit that target now. So one of two things, right? Either we're going to fall through this, and we've got a lows to lows extension that we could possibly draw, or we're making our next measured move, which would be up from this high on the 18th. Okay, look how far away that is, right? That's a long way up there. Okay, so we're going to have to watch here. Now watch bank, right? Because the YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank's movements. So trading the YM and the Russells without bank is it's not hard. It's just you're making it too hard, right? So we'll see where bank opens up and gets moving. And that'll give us, bank opens up and sells off, then we're falling through this profit target, right? And we can go into a lows to lows extension, right? There could be a bunch of different extension anchors here that, could exist, but we're just waiting to see what happens at this profit target, which obviously we've stopped. We've got our profit taking starting. So we'll just have to wait and see here. All right, remember our week's just getting started, okay? All right, so not a whole lot to do on the YM at this moment. Okay, moving on to the Russells. All right, now the Russells has been in this big nasty range, right? If you zoom out, it's Miss Jackson if you're nasty, right? This is rough, right? Not a whole lot going on in there. But when we zoom in, are we starting to get a trend out of the middle of this range? We might, right? We might. This is highs of the week to lows of the week, right? Always know where you are halfway back in the week, halfway back on the day. So Monday's highs up here to lows. That's what's holding. All right. So you can see a scenario. If we get bank weakness, we're going to roll right out of those, right? And we've got a profit target down here at 25.87. Okay. If bank opens up and rallies, it's going to break those, probably go back to the top of this junk. Okay. I shouldn't say that. This is, if you're trading this range, it's fantastic, right? But there's just no trend. All right. There's no trend. Okay. So there's the Russells. Again, with the YM and the Russells, just trading's hard enough as it is, right? Make it easy on yourself, especially if you're trading the YM and the Russells, and let bank be your guide. Let bank and the VIX be your guide, right? Makes it a lot easier to be on the right side of direction. And that's all we want, right? Be on the right side of direction, and then it's just about how we manage it. Okay, so that's where we are. Any questions, VIX bank indices? Man, I hope this thing stretches away from here. Don't hang out there. But we're still holding. You see, every time we get down here, right? Every time we get down here. All right. Any questions, VIX bank indices? Anybody? Everybody good? What's my hand sitting on top of my head? Okay. All right. Okay, moving on. Bitcoin, just getting pummeled. Just getting pummeled. Okay. This is great, right? Like for a lot of us. So we're still in this extension short from November 21st, right, to our lows. That's what held right there. Now we broke that long from lows. That was the big thing that we were waiting on right there. We broke that. So we could have a pullback all the way back, pullback from highs. There wouldn't be anything surprising about that. But this pullback here, this is getting super aggressive. We had this pullback off of highs, this very first one right here. And it was briefly sloppy right there. And I can't remember, I don't think spot broke that. But there's that profit target. We've fallen through that now, right? So there is the potential here that this thing could start going down in extension shorts, right? Like no love at all here. okay, on Bitcoin. So if that extension does break, then that tells us, yes, we're going to make this, more than likely, we're going to make this larger pullback, which would be a nice place to load up, right? As we traded resistance, we broke the long, right? And there'd be a place to load up. But as of right now, you know, it appears that we could possibly just start going down in extensions. Remember, we've confirmed these targets now down at 55. All right, maybe people start paying attention. Okay. All right, so pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. All right, crude oil. Now, crude oil, with everything that's going on, right, it's going to be really interesting, right? That just, it's getting aggressively bid out of these highs. Now, we're still in, officially, we're still in a short, right? Now, this is a good example of this short doesn't mean anything, right, until the longs break, right? It's just a resistance level. So we're still officially in that. All right, now when you zoom in, okay, there's not a whole lot of structure to this here. This went straight up from the bottom of this range. Remember this range we were in, top of the range, bottom of the range? So all we're doing here is just chopping around at this resistance level. All right, now what is holding us up? Remember, we've been talking about this for a few days now. These previous highs on the 4th, right? Prior resistance becomes support right there. So those previous highs are holding us up. All right, now I was looking at this last night, and these from this low, right? Just trying to find a trend here. These broke, right? These broke. Then they redefended. So are we going to start a trend? We'll see, right? We'll see. If we can get up to these targets and we see a reaction at that target, then we could possibly have an anchor that we could work off of. Right now, we don't really have an anchor to work off of, right? We've just got this previous high, okay? You can see it traded there once, there, right? So we'll see. We'll see if this holds, right? It's not really in a trending environment right now, but these big sweeping moves that crude oil's been making, I mean, these are monsters, right? So if we can grab one of those, you know, that'd be nice. Okay. So there's crude oil. Now, going on to gold and silver. Okay, this is where things get interesting. So gold, it's in this massive long, right? We've had this massive long down here for a while. Okay, and this long trade support finally broke the short. Okay, so we know, right, that once that happens, see how we've broken the short now from highs? So that confirms our targets up at 61.24. Now we have these longs, and it looks like that just broke. We've had these longs from lows, right? From the second to this high. Remember, this was the first one that was sloppy, right? You can call that hitting its target. See that up there? So if we're drawing from here and just considering this sloppy, yes, we hit the target. Now this highs to highs broke. Okay, that broke. What we've been using here are these 10 a.m. Hang on a sec. There we go. These 10 a.m. on Friday highs to highs. Silver has the same draw. There was a little pullback here, and I have to walk this up, but there was a little pullback. And this was defending. Now that just broke. So what's that tell us? Well, it tells us we're making a pullback. Okay, and this next pullback that we know about, right? We're going to use these lows on the 17th. This is where it gets a little tricky, right? We're going to use these first, because if this draw, it's the next measured move in the series. But if this, market participants are considering, see how we made a new high after we broke this and we made a new high, right? Well, that could reactivate that anchor, right? Then we would be drawing from here, and that target hasn't been hit. See the pickle? Not really pickle, but see how there could be some discrepancy on what we're using. So that's why we're going off at this low. So this would be the next in a series. So this could be a real big opportunity, right? We'll see how deep this pullback gets before we start getting bought up. Okay, but that's the next long right there from 48.52 to those 52.69s. Okay, so that's gold right there. Now be careful fading this move down, right? Because this thing could start getting bought up pretty quick. All right, but we're absolutely in longs. Gold is absolutely in longs. Okay, now moving on to silver. Okay, it had those 10 a.m. on Friday highs, and they're defending awesome. Right? It's 10 a.m. right there on Friday. And we never hit this target, right? This was our pullback yesterday. We never hit this target. So just leave the draw right there. We came right back down. Bam, we've ripped out of it. So we're starting to go sideways up here, right? I really wouldn't want to draw this lows to highs. Okay. Thanks, Edward. Really wouldn't want to draw this lows to highs because we're back at the top of this range. But this silver long is absolutely defending. Okay, absolutely. We'll see if we get a pullback down, back down here. But we're in longs. This is absolutely in longs. Okay. So there's the precious metals. Now, moving on to the dollar. Okay, holy moly. Okay, so the dollar is just ripping. Right? This is all dollar strength. All right, here's DXY. Now, this is just the index. This isn't the dollar. But we've got these longs from Monday 10 a.m., yesterday 10 a.m. to highs. There's this pullback, right? This is all dollar strength, right? All dollar strength. And as of right now, that's going to put a headwind against the indices, right? And a headwind against the precious metals. Okay. Indices not as much right now, but we'll see if that starts changing. Okay. Now, when we move on to the actual currencies, all right, here's the dollar yen. Look at that. Okay, this is all dollar strength. Okay, we've actually got an extension here. Here's the larger move. We're not quite to that target yet. From these lows on the 11th to our highs on the 20th, right there, haven't quite gotten to that target. This is massive dollar strength. There's an extension in here. You can see it. Boom, boom. That looks like that one broke. I think this broke. Nope, defended 61.8. Look at that. Bam, right off that. So that's going up in extensions. We've also got this previous high right here. Look at that. Crazy. So this continues higher, right? More dollar strength. More dollar strength. And now that we've got this extension, we can continue to trail these extensions till they break. And then that will tell us that we're going to make a larger pullback. This is all dollar strength right now. All right, moving on to the euro, right? Just falling apart. I got in yesterday up here and took forever. But you can see the series that we're in. Okay, much larger short up here from February 10th down here to our lows on the 19th. There's that pullback, right? So this being super technical, there's that pullback, right? And then we broke the short, right? Or broke the long, sorry. And once we broke that opposing move, we immediately dropped the next short setup right there. And that's what traded yesterday. Okay. Now inside of that, just lather, rinse, repeat, right? We traded resistance, we broke the opposing move, and then we've got this short from highs right there. Okay, leading us down to these larger targets. Now we're going to have to watch when we get down to these larger targets, because if we don't go just through them and go into extensions, we could see a rebound, right, into a next measured move, and that could be dollar weakness, right? We could absolutely get some dollar weakness if we would come off of these profit targets. If we fall through them and go into extensions, it's just more dollar strength. Okay, but being insanely technical here, insanely technical. All right. Thanks, Peter. Okay, so this is all, we're in straight dollar strength trades, guys. Look at the indices, though. Not really being affected too much. Now, gold and silver are. Right? Gold and silver are getting affected by this dollar strength. See it? So, okay, so the VIX is coming back down now to this support. All right, now squeeze up to this. Okay, perfect scenario. If we could draw it up in the locker room before we take the field here, we would squeeze up into these 20s. The VIX would continue to tick down into this long. We'd roll over at the 20. The VIX would lift off of this long, at least back to the top of the range, and that would lead us down into the fill. So if we draw that up on the whiteboard, right, that's our play for the day, if we could make it happen. I'm not saying it's not going to. I'm kind of talking tongue in cheek, but that would be the perfect scenario. Okay, so we'll see if this can stretch a little bit further. All right, stretch a little bit further. Okay, questions, guys? Anybody? Oh, you want a little quiz here for fun? So I don't know if I'm going to stick through another Indiana winter. I really don't. I kind of forgot how much these suck. So I was messing around yesterday, looking online and stuff. You guys take a guess of the number 1 and number 2 places that people are relocating to. Not relocating from. Where are you from, Brad? Are you Midwest too? Number 1 and number 2. Yes, it is brutal. Oh, Cincy. Yeah, my daughter goes to University of Cincinnati. My daughter's a Bearcat. Yeah, number 1 and number 2 states. Sorry, not cities, states. It's not Florida and Texas. That's what I thought it was going to be too. Number 1, I thought it was going to be Florida and Texas, but it's not. Oh, yes, Lady Lev tonight. Don't forget about that. 8:30, I believe. So get on that. That's going to be really cool. Tennessee? No, I thought that one too, Brad. Think coastal. Yes, there you go, Dario. You nailed it. Both of them. South Carolina 1, North Carolina number 2. Yeah. New Mexico? No. I said coast, Brad. Mexico's not the coast. Sorry, I thought of you. But yeah, is that surprise? It was kind of surprising to me. South Carolina number 1, North Carolina number 2. Like, huh? I thought it was Florida and Texas for sure. Right? I thought it'd be Florida and Texas for sure. But I know I did just move back to Indy. I know. I forgot about these winters, man. Oh, I know. I don't know. That's a ways away. But yeah, I don't know. All right. Evan, what's up, Evan? Yep. I know a lot of people in North Carolina, man. Like, that's, yeah, South Carolina and North Carolina, number 1 and number 2. They call, you know what, Cary, North Carolina? We know what they call that. I have a friend that played or coached for the Hurricanes that lived down there. You know what they call Cary, North Carolina? Containment area for relocating Yankees. All right, because apparently that's a big place that everybody moves. All right. You're a touchdown, Jesus? Exit. Nice. There you go. Very cool. I'll have to check it out. All right. Okay. Anyway, yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking, Mr. Paz. I don't know, man. This is rough. You know, and it's unless you really enjoy the winter, like really enjoy it, because we don't get a ton of snow, right? We get a bunch, and then it gets gray and cold for like 3 months. Anyway, okay. There you go. There you go, Mary Rose. Exactly. Move to San Diego. Oh, hang on. We're getting a stretch here. We'll see if we can get a stretch. Okay. Lady Lev webinar tonight. Make sure you get signed up for that. Yeah, exactly, Brad. When you get a little spring teaser like we had here last week, when I'm out like hiking in the park and stuff, and it's 60 degrees, and then the next day it's 19. Yeah, that's not fun. All right. Okay, guys. Yeah, Lady Lev tonight. Check that out. We got news at 10, and we're gonna go. All right, Tyler, you got us?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Aaron.
All right, see ya.
All right, guys, we'll be right back in before market open here with Zach Austin to break down his morning game plan and trade live. So don't go anywhere. We're just going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Good morning, everybody. I think Zach's camera's just taking a second to load, would be my guess, because it should be showing. Let me try. I don't know why. Zach, can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Oh, there it is. I was like, I thought that. Okay. Just took a minute to load this morning. But what's up, man? How are you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. We got about 6 minutes till market open here, so you can just go ahead and if you want to give us a quick rundown of anything that you're watching at the open here.
Yeah. So I'm watching a couple things. Home Depot is what I like a lot here. I need the hourly to flip on this gap, which it may. If you look, we're getting a gap over these kind of wicks up here, this 384 level. So this general area here, was kind of the trend shifting area. We could see the daily was potentially flipping to the downside. Now we're gapping over it. Going to look for a dip back above the opening print for longs up towards these areas, and then 405 kind of like the dream target for the day. So we'll see how that one opens. We'll see if it gets a retest. Next up, I'm watching NRG. This one's faded a bit. It was up above 180s. It could still work in this region, but if it does get the gap over 180s, it becomes like A plus, dip, retest, break the highs. And the thing I like about this stock is if you look at this weekly chart, it's been in this gigantic range for literally 10 months or so, 9-10 months. And so it's looking prime for that breakout now. It had a big move prior, right? It ran, in about a year, pretty much like 4x or so. Now it's spent a lot of time just going sideways. So it's prime for that next leg up, and I've been watching for a while, especially got this failure to go lower. So whether it's today or soon, looking really good now that earnings are out of the way. Next up is Anibis, and this is a ticker that I had last week. Had some good profits and then stopped out the remaining bit for tiny loss of 10 or 15%. Now I'm looking for a re-entry if the hourly flips back to the upside. We I closed around 98. It did dip to like 95 before the failure to go lower. So again, the hourly flip back to the upside. I'll be looking for longs again in Anibis.
Zach, I don't know if you saw that. Actually, you just posted a clip of you talking about the Nebus swing trade idea on Instagram. But I was looking at it yesterday, and with the market selling off, it actually did hold up relatively well compared to the market. So I was curious your thoughts on that.
Yeah, definitely. Still like it. I just was kind of like, I'm taking it just like very, very, very cautious right now, very passive. I could have held it. I had about a month of time, but in the event that the market like really started to fade, I didn't want to get caught in it.
We talked about that too. I think you said you're just kind of in a risk-off environment right now, and
exactly.
So that makes sense.
We're really just like, we're just really walking on thin ice here. I feel like at any point we can crumble, but at the same time, until we crumble, we have to kind of still remain the same. It's either we do nothing or we have the same strat, right? So I'm just trying to deploy the same strat, just being a little bit more cautious, right? And then next up is BE. This is one that's been super, super strong as well, consolidating for the last couple weeks here at these highs. It just looks primed to go. I'll be looking for a dip buy today around like 155s if we can. 170s first target. Realistically, this name has been going sideways pretty much in a straight range here for about a month. So I think we can get an expansion move up towards 200 whenever it does choose to break. So I'll be watching that one for some type of dip buy in the hourly. And then I have a swing in AXTI. I opened this one yesterday. We took an AXTI post earnings trade on Friday, got about 30% or so. And then I just closed it out. Ended up, still being all right, but I just, didn't want to deal with a lot of the volatility. I opened some up yesterday, and it actually is now moving a bit more in the pre-market here, which is nice. I have the $30 calls for March. And so, yeah, that's what I got as far as the open stuff. And, just there's really not a lot for me personally to talk about with the indices. I've been saying pretty much every session that I've been on here that I don't have any interest in the NQ or the ES. It still remains the same. Both are just in this mega range, and now we're in a smaller range within the mega range.
It's getting even uglier, dude.
Yeah, it really just, like, I have truthfully no interest. I took a trade, I think, on Friday on the NASDAQ. which was like my first noticeable, like I think I got like 70 points. It was my first like decent win in it probably all year. I just really haven't had any interest. And then RTY and the Dow, I've been trading those more, if any, of the indices. But yesterday, brutal sell-offs. And I just think in general today, if we sell, it probably sells altogether. And then the gold and silver, we can always catch something. I don't have a doubt about that. So
Yeah, I've decided to force myself to start keeping a closer eye on gold here.
yeah, I mean, listen, I'm being truthful. Without gold and silver, I probably wouldn't have any payouts this year. I'll be honest with you. We're about to open up here, so I'm gonna look to see if I can trim some of this AXTI depending where we open. Let's see.
And we're off.
Just broke yesterday high for AXTI. Oh, it's ripping out. I don't know if the chain opened up. Mm-hmm. 52-week high there for AXTI. Very nice. All right, guys, I just got a fill there, I believe. Yep, I got a fill at 5.5. First trim there from a 3.4 entry. Very nice.
Good stuff.
Let's go. Very nice, very nice. What a ripper. Took a big trim there. Should go without saying, but ripping 32 now. NRG failed, HG no setup, but obviously first priority securing gains on the other swings. I took a couple more off at 5.7. Now I'm looking for a larger. Pretty much down to runners now. I had 25 cons, now down to a handful.
Push lower in that opening 2-minute bar on ESNQ. Watching gold, we almost came down and ticked a level, but that's what I'm so like. I haven't watched gold enough to these gaps. Of how we mark the levels with the extended hours turned off, and these gaps on gold are so insane. It's like.
So the one thing about gold, which I'm watching, is we're right underneath the hourly 20 EMA. It opened. I was hoping we'd open right above it. We can long, but it opened right under. So now I need to kind of just wait a moment. I'm just torn about this AXTI. I have a lot of time, but like this market isn't really allowing for clean follow through, and this thing is at new 52-week highs and has really no resistance back until like $45, which is from like the 2000.com bubble. So it's like, how do I approach this? So we shall see how we do. I'm gonna definitely trail the stop under the opening print. 5-minute candle close. NRG with a huge dip, HD with a huge rip, but there's not really much of an entry there unless you just took it out open after the dip above the opening print. I would have preferred it to tag 384 first, but just going now. That BE is getting close to the dip buy. I would say if we can get down to 154s, I'll take it. Could hold right here, but got a trim set at 6.2 for AXTI. Echo? Someone said we had an echo. I don't know.
Okay, let me see. Man, what? There should not be an echo. I literally, Aaron used to be the only one with an echo. Let me see something. And I should have fixed that. Does everybody else hear an echo?
Oh, NQE is dumped.
Yeah.
I wasn't even watching the indices. Oh, it's like a 100-point candle there on NQ. I was about to say BE is just kind of tagged the area I wanted to bounce from. But see, this is the issue, right? BE, Nevis, these have been stronger names. However, the market is weak. And so what do? Do you stay away from the strong names? Do you long the strong names? Because at some point, if we get that big flush, I don't know if any name holds up. Let's see.
Is the echo for both of us? Is it just for Zach? Is it just for me? Zach, I want to pull it up on my MacBook and have you talk and see what it sounds like.
Jennifer Young said, not Zach, only you.
Only me? I've never had an echo. Oh, wait. I think I know what I did. Yep. Did that fix it? Really? Frank, that's wild. Did that fix it? That should have fixed it. I had my computer audio set to the wrong. No, it didn't fix it? What? Boo.
BE tagged where I wanted it and it's bouncing now. But again, the issue is the market. S&P's broke yesterday low, NQ approaching yesterday low. So it's like, can we hold despite that? I don't know.
Is that your? Oh, actually. Is that your audio is going through your AirPods, right?
Mm-hmm. So Nebus is getting that pop. BE is getting that pop. I want to see if Nebus can flip that hourly. If so, I think it could be good to go. We are getting that failure to go lower. So that's very nice.
Very nice. Can you guys still hear me? Is there an echo now? Testing, testing. Can you hear me, Zach?
I can hear you. Yep.
Chat, can you guys hear me? Did the echo go away? Testing. Ooh. What the heck, man? I fixed Aaron's echo and somehow end up with one.
You got it. AXTI is pushing. Get that trim off. Come on. Let's go. We got that trim. 6.2, guys. Damn, AXT up 14.5% today. Sheesh. All right, I have a trim now set at 6.8, which will be a couple more contract trim, and then I'll hold a couple runners for AXTI. Killer move there. And this is a very simple trade, as I mentioned. This was a post-earnings type of catalyst, right? We got the impulsive bar. And I said on Friday we can probably swing, but I'd prefer just to close and re-enter. That's what we did. We got some gains on Friday, closed, re-entered it yesterday at the hourly EMAs. As I said, we bought some at the hourly 8, bought more at the hourly 20, and here we are getting this monstrous push up today. Already up gigantic. So, I have that trim set at 6.8, which should trigger here in a second, actually. It's like 33.5s. It should.
Nice. That looks good.
Then after that, I'll hold a couple contracts and a very, very good trade in there. Wish every trade could be like that.
Chat, can you guys still hear me right now? I'm talking. Sorry, I'm over here just audio troubleshooting. Currently, Zach, you should be the only one to hear me. Oh, really? You guys can hear me good? Huh. Interesting. Zach, you can still hear me all right?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay.
BE just broke yesterday high. Jeez.
Oh, well, thank you. Shucks. That's my Darth Vader impression.
Wow, what a ripper from those lows. We swept those previous lows on SPY and it just rocketed. What a move. That's a 300 and actually not quite 300, like a 220 point move on NQ.
Yeah, I considered a gold entry and didn't take it. She's been pushing too. Wow, that holy cow, that is a crazy. Oh wow, that's off the level too. Nice. Oh man.
I almost took gold two back over the first 5 minute wick high at like 51.42s, but then I was trimming the AXTI. I never ended up doing it, which I guess is a good problem to have. But
I took a look at NQ right before I started messing with the audio, and we came down to 24.707 and missed it by like a couple points. And I was like, I'll just wait till it trades and then make a decision. And I haven't looked at a chart since. And I'm just like, oh man, we spiked into it, immediately reversed.
Yeah.
Very odd. So just to explain my confusion to you, chat, I'm not even going to try to explain it because it's just. But I have 3 lines of audio. One that's like the guest feed, one that should be me that goes out to the stream, and then one that should be me that goes to backstage. So I can talk to Zach backstage without it going to stream, and then I could talk to the stream and not have it go backstage if I wanted to. And I thought that's how I was doing it, but I don't know. I made some changes with Aaron yesterday, and I had both my stream mic and my comms mic turned on, which is what I normally have had for every stream. And now I muted my stream mic, and you guys can still hear me through the comms mic. So I don't know. I confused myself. I gotta deep dive into it a little bit more to make sure I got everything routed correctly. But I'm glad we figured it out.
Yeah, and NQ said, no, not right now. We ain't dipping today, at least for now.
Honestly, my thoughts on taking the long were just, oh, you're just buying the lows of the range. Like it was like that straightforward. If you look
here at BE, it hit exactly where I wanted it to hit, and I was like, oh, like, what do we do? Do we long the strong name, or do we hold off because the market's weak, and do we wait for a turnaround? And sure enough, here's the turnaround, and here's BE, literally $12 move in 15 minutes.
Yeah, things just start ripping. VIX is selling off pretty hard. All thing. 4 indexes pumping.
Oh my God, look at that move. I've been trying to catch this move for literally ages.
250 points off the lows. I mean, even more, 260 points from NQ. Pretty wild bounce there, but I mean, really, it's you look at the area where we bounce from, it's like, okay, man, well, it's not all that shocking, actually.
Yeah. NRG with a crazy reversal as well. The daily 20.
When you trade gold futures, which gold symbol do you use?
J contract right now.
But is it just like, do you just trade GC or do you trade?
I trade the micros. The minis are crazy.
Is it MGC?
Yeah, MGCJ is the contract I'm using.
Okay. Because I looked at G and I was like, this you can't even trade it. Okay, J. Okay.
Yeah, no, the GC, it's every 1 point is $100. So like we've already just ran like 30 points. So one mini from top to bottom would be like $3,000.
So is every micro is it $10 per point?
Yes. So typically, I usually use anywhere between like if I have to go, I haven't really been doing it anymore because the volatility's died down a bit. But at this stage of volatility, I find if I have to go under 3 micros, it's probably too wide of a stop and maybe not the best setup. So I go usually between like 3 and 5 micros. To where if I can figure out a setup with like an 8 to 10 point stop and risk, $400, $500 for me, it's not terrible.
Yeah.
Typically, I'm usually more towards like the 3 or 4, and then I'll add into strength if need. A little bit higher should that trim filled for us. B got to that 170. We're getting a little bit of a pullback now on the NASDAQ. The Nebus hourly is looking like it's trying to flip. HD is rejecting. AXTI obviously moved. The BE did its thing. BE above 169.5s could be a long or a pullback. Maybe take a pullback to 164s, depending on what the market does. It's a pretty harsh pullback, though, here. 100 points on NASDAQ. I mean, the 5 and the 15 are pointed up, so the hourly's not. This is the spot to buy the pullback if you want it, but I'm still kind of just sketched out by it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Because, like, where's the stop on the pullback? Honestly, a pullback to, like, the opening print, which is, like, near level, would probably be a little bit better.
Yeah. VWAP's a little lower, too, so if we got a little bit more into kind of one of the levels right at the OP there.
Yeah, so that would probably be best bet, but it could definitely hold right here at this 5-minute 8. I just don't think I'm going to take it. I'll pass on it.
I'm actually considering maybe just trying a little gold on an eval if this little 2-minute trigger, just to give it a little test run. I wish it would have tagged that lower level, though. That's my only.
That's kind of my lean right now, is a short.
Yeah, I originally wanted the short. When we got that initial 2-minute like rejection before that triggered after the first kind of pullback, I kind of wanted to short it down to the level. But now we ran away from it so much, I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought process here, is that I mean, it could definitely hold, but I think it would be the best, easiest case scenario if we did sweep those lows, sweep, tag yesterday low / level, and then bounce from there.
Yeah.
I could see it working otherwise, but I'm just talking about like easiest trade, like just like NQ, I could see it hold here. I think the easiest trade would be the pullback to the 5-minute 20, which is the opening print, which is the level. There's a lot more confluence there.
Agreed. That's a good point.
At 24, 800-ish area, 810-ish. AXTI was literally 0.10 away from the trim, but it's still gonna hold a route.
You're still holding, you said?
Yeah.
I like it. Hold the line.
Here's that NQ. Now the question is, do we take it?
Yeah,
I just hate NQ right now, man. But
I know. I get a view up here. At this point, I'd love to just see level opening print tag, and then if it starts to give us a strong wick,
yeah,
maybe could
I'm gonna
snipe a
place a
small
small
size
order,
entry.
guys, at
Yeah.
810. Just I'm gonna put 3 micros long 810 with a 35-point stop. So my stop will be around 75. Yep, that's what I'm gonna do. Because it should hold there. It could dip and hit my stop and bounce, but if we don't hold opening print, then we're just gonna fail for the full day, and that would just be miserable. It is bouncing a little bit prematurely to the level, though. If we close above 24 840s on this 5-minute bar, I'm going to cancel the order. Because at that point, I don't think it should get down there. I mean, maybe it could sweep it, but it wouldn't be as nice.
I actually think I'm gonna try an entry here off of VWAP.
Yeah. I'm going to give it this 2-minute bar.
I'm in at 859. Target would be up at 980.
I mean, truthfully, you know, yes, 980, but like it has room.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that would probably be first target.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, literally, like just short the highs down to the lows, long the lows up to the highs.
Yeah. I'm just deciding if I want to give it a tight stop and consider a re-entry at the opening print and level, or if I just want to give it a little more room.
I think it's better if I don't enter NASDAQ because I can't seem to win. So I'm hoping to get down, but I said I would do it, so I have to do it. If I don't stick to the plan, then what am I doing? But I will say, if it does close like a 5-minute, like somewhat hammer failure to go lower here, that 2-minute definitely could be a long. Obviously, I would have preferred it at 810, but
Yeah.
it is looking good here.
We'll see here that 2-minute tried and didn't quite trigger.
Yeah.
Still sitting right at VWAP.
Yeah, it's hanging on VWAP here. So now maybe it's like this 2-minute will pause and then like set up on the next 2-minute after the 5-minute bar closes. Perhaps. ES almost got to the open as well. ES is hanging in on the 5-minute. It literally closed right at 840s. This 2 minutes key. If this 2-minute can close decent and then above the next highs, we can go. And then above 24 880s, it should get that push. We don't have any. Oh no, it's already 10:05. Let's say we don't have any data.
The ES 2-minute triggered.
Yeah, I typically don't love doing 2-minute triggers. I just like wait for the close and the buy setup.
Yeah.
I'll do a 5-minute trigger. Even though this one here, in theory, we close like right here. Now it's a triple inside 2-minute bar. So over the previous 2-minute bars high, that's quote better trigger for me, which is just trigger.
Yeah, well, so when I meant by trigger, I meant like the 2-minute buy setup triggered, as in like on the
Oh, gotcha,
ES,
gotcha.
the so like we had the 2-minute hammer, right? Is the red hammer, but we got that wick, and then the next 2-minute
Yeah,
did
there we
trigger
go.
above previous bars high, to where NQ didn't get that break above
Very
previous
nice.
bars high. But that's the nice
You're
little
welcome
push
for not
there.
taking that. See, if I took that entry with you, it wouldn't have worked. So you're welcome.
Well, I appreciate your sacrifice.
Yes. See, that's the thing. I'm for the team. Not a lot of guys.
You are a team player. I can't even. There's no.
I'm a locker room guy. I'm a locker room guy.
Yeah, that's right. Speaking of which, did you watch some Olympic hockey?
Oh yeah.
That's dude. It was so. This was it's kind of a funny story. So I've been playing in this roller hockey league called they call it PIHA, which it stands for Professional Inline Hockey Association. And like if you win the whole, there's like an Eastern Conference and a Western Conference. And if you win the East, the winners of the East and the West, they always meet in Colorado to play in a finals. It's like a 10K cash prize
cool.
for the league. And so our team won it, which is like a bunch of Pittsburgh guys, in 2015, 16. So I think it was 9 years ago. And I'm one of two guys that are still on the team. And now we have a bunch of like younger guys that we've been playing with and stuff. And we had our Eastern Conference Finals this weekend. And we did not have our best year. One of our best defensemen tore his ACL in our games prior, so we were down one of our better guys, and we ended up pulling off, and we won the East. So we're headed back to the finals for the first time in 9 years. But what was cool about it is we were playing Sunday morning, and we were playing a team from Toronto, so a bunch of Canadian guys, and it was during the USA Canada overtime. So we like found out on the bench that USA won in overtime while we're playing this Canadian team. So we're like chirping them about it and stuff. Like it was too epic. It was too epic. It was a day for America, baby.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'll be honest. We probably should have lost, but
hey, listen, Connor Hellebuck is an American, baby. He played unreal, dude. Unreal, that save when he put the stick back behind him.
That was crazy.
So good.
My shoulder would dislocated if I did that.
Yeah. That's got to go down in USA hockey history right there. Yeah. On the anniversary of Miracle on Ice, too.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I play like fantasy football. A lot of my like friends from high school are hockey guys. And so like, we do like a fantasy football league, and every year I'll like take the Miracle speech and I'll like change the words to make it like fantasy football oriented.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That speech from the movie is so good.
Oh, yeah. One XTI 33.5 should fill it and hit 33.4. Come on. Come on.
Oh, I was talking with my mic muted because I was eating some mandarin oranges, but we got up about 60 points there. Trying to hold for a little more. I was saying that I might take a trim here at the double top around 950. And so I do think that we can go tag 980s and potentially higher, but just to be safe. Trade thesis on this one here, guys, is we just held this lower level, got back above the open, above VWAP. I expect us to trade level to level. So as we got this close to, we got 980s and 2521. Since we got that close and didn't tag, got to pull back to VWAP, got the 2-minute hammer, so took our entry right on this little 2-minute hold of VWAP, thinking we can go up and trade the upper levels. So
Trade thesis was Zach passed on the long.
yeah,
Therefore, the long
therefore it was all engines
therefore,
go. All engines go.
Yes, therefore A+ setup.
There.
This AXTI, man. It's like, this is where I'm like, am I a dick for a tick here? Like, I just want to say 100% gain. Like,
I do that same thing all the time.
yeah.
Well, this 2 minutes looking like it could be. I mean, it is a potential lower high here.
And keep hanging in there. ES banged into that level rejected, which is also kind of the hourly 20. So if we can get back over like 68, 72s or so, should be all right. That BE officially just tagged that level there. The hourly close in about 12 minutes here too.
Minute gave us a try here, but let's see. I'm okay as long as we continue to hold above VWAP and kind of keep flagging, but
For Tradeify tea time, I'm reading that now. It goes by the end of the day. So if you know what day one is plus 900, day two is plus 800, it'll take into account those two. It doesn't take into account the highs or the lows of the day. Yeah, I think I'm understanding that correctly. Come on. There's that push, nice.
oh yeah, baby.
Damn, the AXCI is showing me that the high of the day contracts did actually hit 6.8, but I didn't get filled. That sucks.
Really?
Yeah, I saw it 6.7, but I guess it hit 6.8. Yeah, T-Town, the best way to do that for what's it called? The consistency is just take the total profit like before you start. So like let's just say it's $2,500, right? Just multiply that by 0.40, like whatever the consistency percentage is. So basically that would be $1,000. So basically you shouldn't make more than $1,000 a day. If you do, it could be detrimental for the rest of the day. So there's like no reason to go above that. If you go up a little bit, that's fine. But some people they'll try to go like $2,000. It doesn't make sense. I know when I pass like the trade, if I select it's a 3-day pass, I typically will go for like $800 roughly because I know it's under the 40%.
Yeah, Tamika, I'm reading up on these now. So a lot of times they'll give you a little wiggle room on the consistency, but what I think you have the 50K account if it's one of the accounts that you won, but what is your profit? Like, have you been trading it for like a lot of days or? Okay, so nine. So what's your biggest winning day and what's your total profit? So 962 is your biggest winning day.
You should be fine then. If you have a 50K account with $2,500 target, as long as your largest day is under $1,000, you should be fine.
Is it 3K target? I thought it was a 3K target. No.
Oh, is it 3K?
I don't know. I'll double check.
I think for the 50K select accounts, it's 2,500.
Okay.
Unless maybe it's not a select.
Nope,
account.
you're right. It is 2,500. Yeah.
It might be a different kind of account then, maybe.
No, you're right. I think it is a 20 or 50K select account. I'm looking at them now. It is a 2,500 target. Yeah. Yeah, Tamika. So if you reach $2,500 and you didn't make more than $1,000 in a day, you should be under 40% consistency.
Yep.
Then yeah, you should be good. If 962 is your biggest day, because $1,000 is 40% of 2,500. So you should be able to make up to $1,000 in a day, and it not affect your consistency. Especially if you're at 52.7, you made an extra $200. So realistically, you could even win a little over 1,000. But by the way, guys, I just took a trim. I had a trim set there on NQ.
Very nice.
Looks like we're coming into the first target here. See if she can keep giving us a little bit of. Oh, there we go. It's 120 points here on the
Very
NQ
nice.
trade. A little more pop here. I might even take full profit. Zach, I appreciate your sacrifice and staying out of that one for me.
Listen, I'm used to it.
I'll send you your commission.
Yeah, we hit 820 a low, and I got the order at 810. So
Congrats, Tamika. That's awesome. I'm hyped you passed that. Let's go. Yeah, I think the consistency score in your dashboard is one of the slower things to update. So you'll be good. All right, I'm just locked. I locked in the NQ trade here. I'm happy with that. A little over 120 points. It could keep squeezing higher. I definitely think 25.94s is potentially on the table.
yeah, that's what I got above yesterday high.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just, if we're in the range, we have to assume the range.
Yeah. Yeah, so
So
that was
it's-
kind of like our reversal area from Wednesday of last week. And then we rejected it again. Looks like maybe Friday. So Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, then we rejected that same area again on Friday and opened up kind of near there on Monday and sold back off near the lows. So heading back up there again. I think we can get there, but based off of the behavior of the market, probably not a bad place to look for shorts.
Yeah, I mean, it's like what I've been saying recently, which is kind of frustrating for my swing trading, kind of philosophy. It's almost as if lately you have to sell as it's starting to look good. Like if I can't, like with AXTI, for example, we're making new all-time highs, right? Obviously today's different. It runs 15%, right? But we just had a huge move today, and I'd like to hold for more, but I probably won't, just for the fact that it's probably more likely that we pull back rather than we get continuation in this market. So I just buy the pullback than look for that continuation and then get whacked. Runners have been not existent for me so far in 2026.
Runners ain't running.
No, runners are falling. B is exploding, man. Sheesh. Those contracts are expensive, though, man. Damn. B is trading at 171. I'm looking at the March 20th, two calls, and they're trading about $1,100 pop. And Q's getting close to that yesterday high.
Mm-hmm.
SPY not so much. SPY still's got some room. Which the hourly has not yet flipped on SPY, and Q's is looking like it's going to try here.
I just pulled it to Mika. I realized I went a little too high on my consistency score. So I was like, let me try buying up here so I can try to lose just a little. I need to lose like $200.
The best way, you just gotta open like 2 minis, market buy, market sell, and you'll lose like $30 every time, no matter what.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. Because I actually just did. I used 2 minis to do it, which was a little much. But I was like, I don't want to like hold for a big move.
No, I just literally market buy, market sell, and then just the spread. Even if you make a little bit,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
spread
Okay,
like will typically
that's a good
make you
strat
lose.
right there.
You don't
Well,
have to go
but
too. Usually one
do they
time on
flag you
it.
though? Could you get because there's the micro scalping rule, right?
Yeah,
That would be, I guess, the only concern with that, huh?
yeah. I don't think it's an issue because like
I think it's if you're making money that way, probably.
yeah, it's twofold. It's you have to have a certain percentage of your profit
Mm-hmm.
in that time frame plus a certain amount of your trades, because it's like, if they don't want to fault you, obviously, if like you enter a trade and then like 10 seconds later it spikes 50 points, you don't have that, oh crap, I can't sell it. So you know they try to limit it, but also like they understand like, okay,
Yeah.
trading is trading. So
Yeah.
ES got a little pullback. That's my AXTI alert to give me the fill. Yes,
I
finally.
thought that was your smoke alarm.
Finally got that 100% fill.
There it is.
Let's go. All right. I don't know if it's just on my end, but it looks like the stream just got very blurry. Let me try to refresh the YouTube and see if it's maybe my thing.
Says the stream condition is still excellent.
Okay, now it's better. Might have been
Okay.
me. I refreshed. I actually just closed the AXTI in full, guys. It looks good, but I'm locking it in.
Nice trade.
Very nice. I wish every trade could be like that.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right, so AXTI done. Still going to keep an eye on BE and Nebus. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do much more. I'll wait for a pullback entry on Nebus, which we actually might be getting now. Nebus and BE. A little bit deeper, but We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, NQ still looks pretty good. Just kind of flagging right now after a really strong 15-minute bar.
Yeah,
But I'm happy with my trade for the day, and
for sure.
I'll probably just I don't know, maybe try some little reversal at the upper end of the range at some point. But
Thank you. Just made new highs.
mm-hmm.
Tired.
I feel you. Oh. AMD with the Ripper today. Oh, had the big gap. Did they have news or something overnight?
I think there's something, yeah.
Oh, the video's got earnings after close tomorrow.
Yep.
Pretty light week with data as well.
Yep.
Oh, guys, reminder that this evening we have Karen is hosting her first ever webinar. It'll be for free. You can register for her webinar. It's at the link that's pinned in this chat. Meta deal for AMD. Okay. You can see I got it on the screen there now. You can see Karen's option, Lady Lev, her options spreads strategy, her win rate, and her results from. Can't even see. Is that what time period is that? It doesn't say. Maybe that's all. I think maybe that's all of last year. I'm not sure. But anyway, I'm sure there's going to be tons of value. I know Zach got a lot of great feedback when he did his Futures Bootcamp webinar. And so now we got Karen doing the option spreads completely free. Just join the link in the chat and learn about option spreads. A great lower risk way to trade options.
But yeah, I'll be right back for 1 second.
Yep. It's kind of flagging near the highs here. We have Aaron coming back on at noon for his nooner segment to break down this morning's action.
I'm going to start a position, guys, in a Nebus here, pulling back to that hourly after it flipped up. So I'm going to start a position here, leave room to add. I took the March 20th 110s at 6.3. All right. All right, well, now I think I got the Nebus entry. I'm going to watch, obviously, for an ad, but other than that, I'm not sure if there's anything else to do.
And if you want updates, and you're not part of the Discord, if you want updates on this position from Zach, you can join the Stock Dads Discord. The link is in the video description. And Zach updates all his positions in there, how he's managing them daily. He comes on Stock Dads TV every Tuesday. time is it? About 11 o'clock. It's up to you, Zach. If you want to hang out and keep watching the action play out a little bit, obviously you're more than welcome. We can keep hanging out. But if you feel like you want to hop off early, that's also cool.
I'll watch another like 5-10 minutes or so, maybe. I still don't think I'll do much, but we'll see. Mostly just watching Nevis here to see if we can get a nice little pop for an ad or dip for an ad, but we'll probably head out here in a moment.
There's that smoke bomb again.
That was my, if you haven't already added. I don't know why it keeps going off though.
Is that alert through like your broker? Is that trading view alert? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm used to the Thinkorswim. It's a much different sound.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nevis still looks solid.
Yeah, I never used Thinkorswim for the alerts or anything.
Were you ever a Thinkorswim guy, or did you go right
No,
to TradingView?
never was, because I always wanted to have something that had a good mobile interface.
Gotcha.
Because, I was at the time always like traveling around doing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. But I think I'm gonna hop off here. I don't really need to stare at the hourly chart on Nevis, but overall, definitely pretty solid.
Yeah, man. Good trading day. You what was the ticker you had over 100%, right?
AXTI, yep.
AXTI.
That's as clean of a swing as you can get there.
Yep.
So super stoked with that.
Yeah, that's nice. Was able to catch about 120 points in the NQ, so we can't complain about that whatsoever. So solid day all around. Chat. Hopefully you guys had a good trading day. We were able to make some money, or at the very least, you didn't lose any money. But thank you guys for tuning in. We're gonna be back at noon for Aaron's Nooner. So make sure you guys stick around or come back for that after our lunch break here, and we'll see you guys here soon.
Have a go, guys.
Peace. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with the Nooner with Sir Aaron Ellis. He's going to be breaking down this morning's action. Go ahead, Aaron, and take it away.
All right, what's up, everybody? Give everybody a minute to get in. How are you? Hope everybody had a good morning. Okay. Make sure you say hi. Nice little rip out of the top of our range today. Very nice. Miss Komika, if you're on, what's up? What's up? Afternoon, Mr. Paz. Edward, what up? Yes, nice action this morning. We'll see if we can get through these lows. All right. Okay, well, let's get started, guys. All right, so here's where we are. All right, we avoided a pretty significant downside risk event this morning. So starting off on the VIX, now we're still in these 2245s down here to our 1950s. Okay, we're still in that. All right, I just don't have the 50% on. So we're still in this short. All right, nothing has broken. Now from the downside, we're still in this long. We're still in this just nasty range. All right, for our lows down here at 1805 to our highs at 2180, we're still in this long. So this is just a nasty range. All right, now we're very fortunate, or the indices are very fortunate, that this morning, we were talking about this, that the middle of this range had never held, okay? And we started holding longs out of the middle here, all right? Right there. And then going into the morning, we had our next one, right? As we were getting to the top of this range. And fortunately, right, these have broken, okay? So the middle of the range is broken. So we really avoided a big downside risk from right here. Okay, we shot up and then just slammed right into this short setup. All right, and that has now broken longs. So nothing has changed at all. All right, we're still in this range. So we're falling back down to the bottom. Now, what we can watch for going into the afternoon, all right, depending on how much participation we have, remember we've got State of the Union tonight, is just our highs of the day to lows of the day. Okay, so we can just watch if that holds. If, right, we make this squeeze. Now, if the VIX, right now the VIX is sideways to lower. Okay, the indices are sideways to higher. The big test is when if we get back down here, we can get through these lows. Okay, because you can see, I mean, this started back on the 17th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is the seventh time going to get through? We don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. All right. But if we do get a squeeze on the VIX this afternoon, we can watch for this halfway back in the day short right here, which would coordinate halfway back in the long on the indices. Okay. So we really dodged a bullet there. All right. Really dodged a bullet on the indices. Okay. So that's what we're looking at going into the afternoon. Okay. Now, if we do just continue to melt, right, then the indices are just going to continue to grind higher until the VIX gets to support. Okay. Remember, this was our support yesterday. All right. So we'll see, like I said, going into the afternoon, how much participation we have with the State of the Union tonight. Right. What's up? What's up, Ms. Tamika? All right. So any questions here going into the afternoon on where we are? Anybody? Everybody good? Everybody all set up? Okay. All right. So moving on to our financials. Now, our financials have just not given us any help. Thank you, Edward. I appreciate that. Our financials are just not giving us any help. They're going down in extension shorts. Okay. And that's drawn from our low on the 12th. Okay. To our low. It came back up in here. We're getting this little pop off of lows, but we are absolutely in a downtrend. Okay, so our financials are going to have to make a big move for us to sustain any sort of indice rally, right? If they roll back over, then we're going to see that boat anchor effect on the indices. It's going to be real hard for them to go up, easier to go down. Okay, but we are absolutely in extension shorts. Just remember, if this is rising, right, that's a tailwind for the indices. If this is falling, that's a headwind. Okay, so we'll see going into the afternoon. If we squeeze back to these highs, we can at least, have a little bit of a tailwind here. All right, so there's the financials. Now, when we get to the indices, all right, here's that range. Okay, just inverse of the VIX. All right, from these highs on February 11th to this low on February 13th, that's the top of the range. So all we've done here is this right here. Okay, this is the top of the VIX range right there. Okay, right there at 930, that's that. Okay, we slammed into the top and sold off, so the indices are rallying. Okay, that led us, this little squeeze right here led us into our 20 points, and then this led us into our gap fills. Okay, so this is the bottom of the range. All right, or I should say the top of the range on the VIX. All right, so you can see we could squeeze all the way back up to the top as the VIX falls back down to the bottom. Okay, when the VIX broke those short setups or those long setups, the indices broke broke their shorts. All right, so what we're going to watch, if the VIX does make that pullback, right, we can watch from this halfway back in the day. All right, just remember, this is just a guide, right? This is just a guide. It just all depends on what this does. Okay, so if the VIX does get up here and roll over, then it doesn't matter where the indices are. That's where they're going to bounce. Okay, if we just continue to go sideways to down, then the indices are just going to go sideways to up. All right, all the pressure is to the upside right now. That's the path of least resistance, is up. Okay, now gap fill this morning. Let's get rid of this so you guys can see it. All right, here was our gap fill, 54.25. Now it's really interesting. We contained 20 points up here all through Europe, right, all the way up towards the open. Right here, we were at 10 points. This is where I entered this morning on this 915 bar at these 10 points. I got stopped out, and then we dropped into these 20 points, and the VIX didn't get through those highs. And when it started getting rejected from those highs, we were right at our 20 points, got back in and led us into the fill, and obviously the continuation of, the bottom of this range to the top of the range. Okay, so pretty technical gap fills today, right? All overnight, we had 20 points in the fill, and then we had 20 points below. So pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. So going into the day, we're just going to watch these these halfway back on the day. Okay. Yeah, it stopped me out too, Tamika. Yep, stopped me out too, and then got back in and ended up getting it. All right. So if the parameters are still there, right, this drop right here. Now, hindsight's really easy to look, but the VIX was not quite at the top of the range yet. So that little move right there to the top of the range, that's what sent us down into those 20 points. And then obviously what happened after that. But there was a little bit of room there. But again, hindsight's really easy to look at that. Okay. All right. Okay, now the NASDAQ, not much different. Get over here. All right, there's the bottom of the range on the NASDAQ. There's that big squeeze into the top of its resistance, right? And there's the big sell-off back down to the bottom. Okay, so we're coming up close to the top of the range here on the NASDAQ, but we're going to watch for the same thing, just these halfway back on the day, if we do make a pullback. Okay, if we do make a pullback. Again, if the VIX just goes sideways to down, these indices are just going to grind higher. All right, one of those annoying just grinds higher. Okay. All right, moving on to the YM and the Russells. All right, now the YM, remember, it was in short setups at that profit target, right? So look what happened off this profit target. All right. So our next measured move is way up here. Okay, from our highs, let me get that date. From our highs up here on the 18th down here to our lows. This is our next potential measured move inside of our markets. Now, if that breaks, we can come halfway back, right? Now, again, watch bank, right? Because the YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank's movements. If bank keeps climbing, right, the YM and the Russell is just going to keep grinding higher. All right. But look how technical that is. The YM is usually the most technical of all the indices, right? Pull back, target, right off the target. Okay. So there we go with the YM. We can watch same thing. Lows of the day to highs of the day, right? But again, watch bank, right? That's the best leading, other than the VIX, the best leading indicator for the YM and the Russells. All right. So we'll see if they do make pullbacks. All right. Now the Russells broke out of a little short. All right. So there was this little, remember this range that we're in, this nasty little range? Okay, there was a short from highs that we were watching, right, in the middle of this range. And that broke, okay? So that pierced. All right, so we're watching these lows of the day to highs of the day. All right, actually, hang on. Yeah, boom. Yeah, lows of the day to highs of the day. Right there. All right, now nothing in the middle of this range has been holding, right? So we'll see if this is going to squeeze us back to the top. All right, again, watch bank, right? Easiest way to follow the YM and the Russells. Hey, but just a straight up sideways here this week and last week. Okay, Russells loves ranges. All right. So path of least resistance now is back to the top of the range for all these indices. Okay. All right. What's bank doing? Get over there. Let's watch this here. That's what I wanted to avoid doing. All right. Any questions, VIX bank indices, before we move on here? VIX still weak. Anybody? Okay. All right. Everybody else set? All right. Moving on. Bitcoin. All right. Here's these extension shorts we've been in since November 21st to our lows down here on February 5th. That's that short that never broke. All right. So what we're watching inside of this, we might have just broken that potential extension there. Let's see if we pierce that. Not quite. I'll see if that holds. Our larger pullback here is up here, and that's from these highs on the 8th down here to this low yesterday. All right, there's a potential extension short right here that, yeah, I'm going to get rid of it. Appears that it pierced. Okay, so this is the next pullback, and this is a normal, it's an absolutely normal pullback, right? Because we traded resistance, we broke the long, and this is the first setup right there. So we'll see what kind of, like how high this squeeze can get, because that's all this is a little squeeze, a little profit taking. All right, but very weak, right? We've got targets down at 55, 109. Okay, so that's what we're looking at. I'd be very careful trading any counter trend longs, right? They might work out, but the path of least resistance is down. All right, and I'll show you this on the spot market, but you know, sentiment is not good, right? Not good at all. So this is a potential spot to add a position. It's a potential spot for a hedge. It's all kinds of stuff. All right, we'll see if we, you know, how big this pullback can get into that next short. All right, so moving, let me show you on spot. Now, we might run into something that we haven't really talked about. There we go. not giving it to me. Hang on. All right, try this again. There we go. Okay. All right. When we look at Bitcoin here on the larger time frame, here's the strange thing that we haven't dealt with before. Right? Here's our target for the end of the crypto winter, 33.5. Okay, some people say 32.5, but whatever, right down around here. Okay. Here's the end of the crypto winter in time. Okay, between September and October 6th. What happens if we get here way ahead of time? Right? That's going to be the big question, right? And we'll just have to let price tell us, what we need to know. But you can see we've gone from 128 down to 64, right? And we don't have, in the grand scheme of things, very far to go to get to the end of the crypto winter in price. Now, in time, we've got what? March, April, May, June, July, August, September, 7 to 8 months, right? So it's going to be interesting if we get here way early, right? So we'll just have to let price tell us. But when we're looking at the spot market, right, we're looking for this same pullback. Let's see if this extension broke on spot. It's close. That extension's close. If we roll over, we'll draw that extension back up. But we're watching for this same pullback, okay? From these 72 288s down here to our most recent low today. All right, we'll see again how much of a squeeze we can get before we get sold into. All right, but yeah, that's a really interesting dynamic if we get down to the end of that crypto winter early, like super early. All right, we'll see. We'll see. That'll be something, right? That will be something. See if we start accumulating early. Who knows? Okay. All right, stocks. Stocks. What would you guys like to see? Mary Rose. What is up, Mary Rose? VZLA. Okay, I don't know if we looked at that one before. Let's look. VZLA. All right, what is this? Oh, silver. That's a miner. Yes. Yeah, did you guys hear all about the stuff going on in Mexico? Mexico is the biggest supplier of silver, right? So we'll see, but look at this one. You almost call this a 50% off sale, Mary Rose. That's how I'd look at it. Down here from this lowest low, March of 2020, right to our highs right there. That is good looking. Let's make sense of this thing. All right, they got earnings in 10 days. Let's see. This is kind of rough, right? Lows to lows. There. Lows to lows. There. There's your resistance right there. Okay, it's coming off this low, February 2nd to lows. There's your extension. Now, inside of that, I think I see what you're looking at here, Mary Rose. Inside of that, remember the target's down here at 330. I bet we broke that. Yeah, we broke that and we're holding it long, aren't we? So this thing's trying to change trend. That's probably what you were looking at right there. This thing is trying to change trend. So there might be something here, right? There absolutely might be something here. Now, I'd like to see us break these 437s, but if this holds and gets to a target, right, that's enough of a move, right, to at least get a stop to entry and see where this thing can go. Right? Wonder why this one's getting beat up so bad. All right. Okay. Oh, it's in Sinaloa, Mexico. That's right in the heart of cartel country. If anybody's watched the El Chapo shows. Okay. So that's where you're sitting, Mary Rose, on that. I'm guessing that's what you were looking at right there. There might be some real possibility there. Right? There might be some real possibility there. I'll write that one down. Throw a couple bucks at that thing, see what happens. All right. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, silver. Yeah, majority of it comes out of Mexico. So that whole cartel thing, war, whatever the heck they're having down there. All right, we'll see. All right, Mary Rose, there you go. Yep, you're very welcome. You did grab some down there. Nice. Nice. All right. Anything else? Any other stocks, guys? Oh, Amazon. Yep, missed that, Mr. Pass. All right, there we go. Okay. Oh, we're holding a little long off the lows there. Where are we? We haven't looked at this. Okay. Not that. Okay. So the current larger long we're in is from December of 22 to our highs January of last year of 25. There's that pullback. So that target's up here at 281.56. Now this broke. This long inside of this broke. All right, let's see. Boom. Yeah, hit a target right there. Yeah, I mean, you could look at this original drawdown here, but we hit this target, and there's no doubt about it. All right, we hit that target and sold straight off from it. All right, and then we held this next long. This long broke. Right, so if we go off what price is telling us here, all right, we could make a larger pullback. That 38.2 is right there. Let's put a line there. See if that would act as support. So this long broke. This next measured move broke. Okay. So what are we looking at? Okay, there's that lows to lows. Let's zoom in a little bit more. All right, there's that lows to lows. Let's get rid of this for now. All right, low before the breakdown to low right there. Didn't really hit its target, so we're just going to leave it right here. Now, if this breaks, right, what you'll have to watch for, all right, is coming off of these highs, right? Now, this was sloppy, but you'll have to watch that halfway back. There is room for that squeeze, right? I don't know why I have this here. There is room for that squeeze. Now, if that would break, I don't know, we're going into kind of chop zone up there. But you can see coming off of these lows, all right, there's a long. There's absolutely a long right there. There's absolutely a bunch of orders just sitting there. All right, so if we do break this, you could trail this thing up all the way up into that resistance, right? If that breaks. But yeah, there you go. There you go, just like that. Just like that. All right. So there you go, Ms. Paz. All right, anybody else? Everybody good? Good? All right. Oh, very nice. Yeah, so you saw that long. Great, awesome. Now you just need to get through that little extension short there. Okay. All right, moving on. we go? All right. Okay, what do we got going here? VIX just weak. Bang. Good, nice pop. It's going to keep that tailwind on the indices. Okay, crude oil. Now this is just choppy chopperton. We know exactly what we're stuck between, right? Here's this short at highs, or this huge short up here. All right, and that's from our highs on June 23rd of 25. Okay, to this low, December 17th. All right there. So there's the short, absolutely. These previous highs are holding us up. There's not a whole lot of structure to this, right? There's these previous highs that once acted as resistance now become support, all right? So straight across, right? There's the short, that huge short above us, and there's that previous high acting as support. So we are absolutely stuck in here. If we can get a 1 hour bar to close down below this low, we might be able to get in a short that would lead us at least back down to the bottom of this range. But if this thing lifts off, there's going to be longs that we can start trading. We just need an anchor. We don't really have an anchor right now. Okay. So that's where we're just absolutely stuck right here. All right. I'm really interested to see if the State of the Union tonight flings oil around, right? Really interesting to see if there's any Iran talk or anything. All right. So top of the range, bottom of the range, stay out of the middle. That middle is just getting crushed. Right. Okay. Moving on now, gold and silver. All right. So gold had broken, where'd it go? Gold had broken that extension long that we were in. Okay. Now silver didn't. So gold's making this larger pullback. Man, look at that 38.2. Holy cow. All right, so here's where we are. Let's zoom out so I can show you guys this. All right, here's this next extension long. All right, it's from April 23rd of 25 to our highs. All right, right there. We've had 3 pullbacks in this thing we could buy. We had the 31.55s, which were down here. 31.55, right here. Trust me, it's right. We talked about it for what seemed like a month. Yeah, right down here. Okay, we had that pullback. Then we had this first extension right here. That was our next buying opportunity, right? And then same anchor new high. This is when we had all the manipulation on that Friday. Right here, dropped us right into that long. Okay, so that's what we're coming out of. Now we have confirmed this long by breaking through the short setup. So there's a target up at 61.29. All right. So here's the series of measured moves that we're in. And we were talking about this morning, that depending on which high you draw this to, if you draw it to this high, right, this was sloppy, but we went up and we hit that target. And if that's the case, then we'd be drawing from this low to highs and looking for that pullback. That would be the next measured move. However, if you're drawing to this high, this was sloppy, and then we made a new high, so we can reactivate that anchor there, right? If you're drawing from this low, we never hit that target, so we need this smaller worker bee move. So we're looking at the smaller worker bee move right now. All right, and that's from our lows on the 17th to our highs up here yesterday. Look at that 38.2 got snatched, got gobbled up, right? So now same thing, right? We'll see if that is indeed support. We're going to break this short setup, right? If it's not support, right, then we'll roll back over and we'll get down here and trade support. Okay, but there's enough juice at this 38.2. I mean, you can see that is about as obvious as you can get, right? And we talk about these pullbacks on super bullish instruments that we've got to watch this 38.2. And you guys know why that happens, right? Because there's only so many orders to go around if we get down here. So these institutions will front run these levels to make sure their orders get filled. So if we break out of these 52.0830s, we can look for another pullback to lead us higher. And there's plenty of targets up here, so we're going to have to pay attention when we get up there. But that's definitely alarm worthy. All right. Where's Miss Amanda been today? Has Amanda been on? I need somebody else to say something is alarm worthy. Because I used to have Clifton, right? Alarm worthy for Clifton. And then we had Sessa for a while. Alarm worthy for Sessa. Now I need a new alarm worthy person. All right. Okay. All right. So there's gold. All right. There's gold. Awesome, right? Awesome. Now look at silver. Silver's even more bullish. Okay. That 10 a.m. Friday highs to highs on silver is still holding. This is what gold broke and made that little pullback and is lifting off. But those 10 a.m. get up there. Oh, let me go down to 15 minutes so I get this right. Once again, Tamika, these draws move on their own somehow. No, that's right. Never mind. I apologize. It's at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. highs to highs. Okay, right there. Traded, have not hit that target. This is a good example of you just leave the draw where it is, right? Never hit the target, so we just leave the draw right here, and it's still 100% valid. Bam, this was last night. This was an incredible rip off of this. I was actually watching that. Ripped right off of that. Haven't hit the target yet. Right down here, building a big old sneaky snake on top of this extension. Okay, that's where sneaky snakes are. All right. Somebody type something in the chat. I want to make sure something weird, something in the chat looked weird. I got some sort of message or something. Can somebody type something in there? Make sure you guys I can still see you. Oh, okay, good. Hey, Alex, what's up, man? Alex, you probably need to get a hold of me in a couple weeks, right? Pretty soon. We need to talk in the next week or two. All right. Thanks, Nate. Yo, what up, Nate? Something. Mr. Paz, I see what you did. I said type something in the chat. Very good. Okay. Good job out of you, Mr. Paz. Well done. All right. That has shades of Edward and something like that. Very done. Very well done. All right. Okay. So there's silver still holding the bottom of this range, right? Still holding this long. So we got targets up here, 88.99, and we have not hit them. So look at this though. All right. Look there. Are we holding along in the middle of the sneaky snake? Kind of looks like it, doesn't it? We'll see if that'll lift us off. See if that will lift us off. All right. Yeah, commodities are going to be interesting tonight. Gold, silver, platinum, palladium, crude oil. I'm really interested to see what that State of the Union does. Because unless you've been living under a rock, you understand that silver right now has become a national security issue. So there's 1,400 ounces of silver in a Tomahawk missile. All right, silver's in everything. So it's almost like now he who controls the silver has the leverage. All right. Remember, each one of these contracts are 5,000 ounces, and we're going into delivery month in March too. So this could get fun. This could get wild. Right. So we'll keep an eye on that. All right. Okay, so there's gold and silver. Now moving on to the dollar. Okay, the dollar we've been in dollar strength trades, right? We've absolutely been in dollar strength trade. This is DXY, not the dollar, just a bunch of different currencies in an index. Okay, but we are holding this next measured move. All right, and that's from this low on the 23rd. Was that yesterday? To this high 3 a.m. this morning, Europe, right? Traded there. I'm going to get rid of this short because it's not going to mean anything if we don't break the longs. And we came right back down to it. All right. So we had this brief little dollar weakness. All right. So if we go back to dollar strength here, and what this is, when you look at the euro squeezed higher as well, right back into its resistance and is starting to sell off. But this is all dollar strength, guys. All dollar strength. Now, what have you noticed the indices doing with dollar strength? They're going up. So are we developing a positive correlation? What is interesting, very, very interesting, is if you go back to election day in November and you look at the dollar correlation at that time, I don't know if anybody remembers this, our dollar went straight up and the indices went straight up. Okay. So it's going to be interesting with this State of the Union tonight if we possibly start seeing some of that. But I mean, it was insane. If you look at, election day, it was nuts, right? Dollar straight. It was either election day or inauguration day. I forget which one. I don't want to say the wrong one. But one of them, for like 3 days, it was straight dollar up, straight indices up, right? Which is not, I mean, it's about 50-50, but it's not understood as normal. All right, so we'll see. All right, but see if this dollar strength continues, right? Definitely put a headwind against the precious metals. It doesn't mean the precious metals are going to go down. It just means it's hard. It's like them running uphill or trying to run forward in the muck. It's hard, right? Trying to run with a headwind against you, right? Okay, so there's DXY. Now moving on to the actual currencies. All right, here's the dollar yen. Okay, so the dollar yen broke that extension. All right, so this extension is broken. So we're making a pullback here if we can get through these previous highs. Now, we all know how extensions start to, can reactivate an anchor, right? They'll break an extension. They won't get through the previous high. They'll make a new high, and then we can reactivate that highs to highs. So we'll see. You can see this is plain as day right here, right? But we've got targets up here at 156.43 we haven't hit. So if this goes up here and makes a new high, then we're going to draw highs to highs from there. All right. So all dollar strength, right? All dollar strength. Now look at the euro. Okay. The euro has retested. It's in major short setups. All right. And just going straight down the series, you could write a textbook about this series that we're in. All right. The larger long, I guess we could call it, the smaller of the larger longs is from February 10th down here to this low on the 19th, right there. Okay, that has a target. Which one of these is it? That has a target down here, 116.98. All right. Inside of this, like I said, you could write a textbook with this. Let me get rid of these. Okay, so there's where we traded into the short, right? We traded the short, we broke the long, right there, broke the long. So we drop our next short setup, right there. That's where I got in. That's got a target down here, hasn't been hit yet. So we need these smaller worker bee moves, right there. Traded into that last night, haven't gotten down to that target, leave the draw right where it is because we haven't hit a target and we haven't broken a 61.8. Retesting it right now, so we'll see if this rolls over and gets down to these targets, and we'll just continue with measured moves, right, down into these larger targets down here. All right, if this breaks, that just means we're squeezing back to this one. Okay. All right, so pretty cool. That's awesome for you guys to see that. How, like, can you imagine the indices being this technical? Like how easy that would make, or how much easier that would make our jobs, right? If things just behave like this on the indices, right? That'd be pretty awesome. Okay. All right. So this falling, right? Dollar strength, rising dollar weakness. All right. So let's see what we got. VIX still going nowhere, sideways to down. Bank, that's kind of spooky right there. All right. A little spooky right there for bank. There's the top of that extension right there. That's holding. Just eyeball that thing. All right. So that, again, that doesn't mean the indices are going to go down. It just means they're going to lose the tailwind that's been helping them, right? Okay. Right, Tamika? That would be awesome if the indices just did this over and over and over. All right. Bitcoin doing a whole lot of nothing down here. Yeah, starting to run into a little bit of resistance. All right. Okay. So going into the afternoon, VIX, as of right now, VIX sideways to down, bank, not really sure yet. So indices are sideways to up, right? Indices are sideways to up, okay? Unless we get this squeeze, right? And then the indices are going to make pullbacks, okay? All right, any questions? Welcome, Mr. Press. Any questions? Do I have something on my nose? Look at myself. No? Okay. If I ever have something in my teeth or something, guys, you got to tell me. Don't just sit there and laugh at me because I can't see myself. All right. I don't even have my teeth now, do I? All right. Okay. Okay. Any questions, anybody? Anything? Everybody going to be on for Lady Leverage tonight, right? 8:30. That would be really cool. I think it's our first one of those, like, that she's done. I think. I don't remember one. Can't see my teeth, too small. Okay, good. So if I have some piece of like a blackberry or something in my teeth, you can't see it. All right, very cool. Yeah, it'll be cool. I don't think she's, like I said, I don't think she's done one of these before. At least not since I've been here. All right. Okay, very cool. Yeah, you got to support the ladies, right, Tamika? Got to support the ladies. Very good. All right. Paul, what's up? Thanks, buddy. Good to see you. Okay. All right, everybody. I'll talk to you guys soon, or I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Just remember that State of the Union tonight. It'll be really interesting to see. I'm more curious to see what happens to the dollar, and then in turn, gold, silver, and oil, right? Than I am about the indices. The indices are just the indices, right? So be interesting. Be interesting to see. I'm sure there'll be some sort of fireworks or something from, oh gosh, I don't know. Just remember, if you are playing the standing ovation drinking game, you're only going to make it about 20 minutes, right? You're only going to make it about 20 minutes. I don't know if anybody's ever played that before, but I heard about that and thought it was funny. All right.
I'm gonna make it, Aaron. I'll make it through.
You're gonna power through. Yeah.
Soon,
Take a drink every time there's a ovation. You'd be on the floor in 2 minutes.
Take a shot and add a contract to your futures position. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. Very good. Very good. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Aaron. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
All right. See you guys.
All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in today. I haven't heard back from Duke. I don't think he can make it this week, so I think we're just gonna wrap here. We're gonna do the game show. Trying to put it in for Thursday of this week, but we'll be back tomorrow morning, 8:30. So you can see I do have Karen's graphic with her stats from her options spread trading strategy on the screen there. The link to register and join that webinar tonight, it's for free. It's at 8:30 p.m. tonight Eastern, is pinned in the chat. So you guys can click on that link and register if you haven't done it yet. But thank you guys for tuning in. We appreciate your support. Hopefully you guys all had a good trading day. Stay safe this afternoon. And if you trade the overnight session, we'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, to talk about it all. Peace out, everybody. Talk to you tomorrow.